live stream. Range test time, of course. So we're going to run 70 miles an hour in the highway loop style test with the Rivian R1S. If you're finding this video later on YouTube and you know, it's after this live stream is over, take a look at our out of spec reviews channel. Where I will have the full updated edited version live for you there, and so that way you don't have to watch this whole live stream. But yep, just making sure we're live. We're good. We are. This is the R1S Rivian blue 20-inch all-terrain tires. Thank you guys for joining in. Again, if you're watching this after the video is live, head over to our out of spec reviews channel. I'll have the full updated video posted with, you know, the final results and everything. But for now, we got a lot of hours of testing here to see how far this thing goes on a charge. I was trying to get the 21-inch road wheels and tires for this test with a friend of mine, and we just couldn't get the schedules lined up to swap the wheels. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll run an R1S again, maybe on the 21-inch wheels if there's enough interest. But we're DC charging it to full as usual. We are at 70% state of charge, actually 69% state of charge, and just juicing it all the way up. I got to throw some trash out, but it's looking good. This thing is cool. Thank you guys for joining R1S. Yes, we got a lot of driving to do today, I can imagine. I've already got the tire pressure set at the manufacturer rated PSI. 46 PSI is quite a bit. And yeah, so looking pretty good here. Let's take a look. Actually, it's recommending 48 PSI. Well, either way, Discount Tire set them to manufacturer recommended pressures. So 48 PSI. I should just double check in the car and make sure that the numbers say that that's the case. But yes, we are good. R1S looking pretty nice. Really like the size of it for off-roading, for performance canyon driving. Really a fun machine. Wish it was longer for family usage, just for putting dogs in it and stuff. It's a good size, but for a lot of kids, wow. We have a whole video on our reviews channel. This thing really shrinks. So what I'm going to do is get you guys locked into this screen here so you can watch it charge. And let's see. This way you can watch it fully charge and we can chat, and there we go. Choo-choo-choo. Would I get one? Yeah, we have one on order. So I'm hoping you can see that well enough. I don't know if you can. I've got it kind of maxed out here. It's a weird camera mount I'm using today, so I hope that works for you. And it looks like the screen's a little dusty, so let's just get that dust off of there. Hopefully that works. Yeah, I'm trying to see what the EPA rated actual stated range is. It says 316 miles. So interesting. 2 miles difference than the truck. But the truck also says it's more efficient on the highway and in the city. This makes no sense. So I'm just pulling up the EPA data here. I hope you guys can see this. Let me close the door so you can hear me. Look at, oh, we don't want the turn signal. The truck says it gets 70 mpge and the SUV says 69 mpge. But this goes 2 miles farther than that with the same battery pack. So maybe this one says average based on one vehicle. This says average based off 2 vehicles. Not totally. Maybe they ran different cycles for them? Don't know. Anyway, that's on the road wheels either way, not on the all-terrains, which we won't get that, but that's pretty interesting. I'm going to run this side by side with an R1T to see which is more efficient in the real world. I don't know, I have a feeling the truck might do pretty well. All right, well, just to get this thing started, I'm going to run in, throw some trash out of the truck from snacks and gear from testing. We just have things we don't need. I'm going to leave you guys here on the charging screen hooked up to the Rivian's hotspot. And then I'm going to get myself some snacks. And hopefully we'll be fully charged within 53 minutes, the truck is predicting. And that'll be that. So bear with me. Give me a few. And, yep. Let's see how this all goes. Just going to plug in, what am I trying to do here? Plug in that Livestream phone so you guys don't die. All right. Hopefully good, just making sure it works. I have the live stream pulled up on another phone, and let's see. I think you guys should be alive and running. One can hope. Yes, we're good. Great. See you momentarily. There's a some e-transit guys charging up next to us. Yeah, if you're talking about paint, we got our own out-of-spec detailing channel. Just so you guys know. Just gonna have a quick snack before we start this thing, and then the action will begin. But I always show you the charging process when I can. All right, guys, I am back. So let's see. Planning on doing a Rivian wheel and tire choice. Well, we've already done that video with R1T where we brought all the 20, 21, and 22-inch wheels and tires and ran them side by side. Whoa! We don't need my audio twice here. It's also crazy how laggy live streams are. Let's see. Optimal weather? Not really, actually. It's a little bit windy up in Cheyenne area, so not thrilled about the weather. It's not bad here, but just about 30 miles north of us, there's some pretty crazy wind. Thankfully, it's going to be a direct tailwind and then a direct headwind, but not totally pleased about it. But this is the best day that I have with the R1S to do the range test. I don't know what range I'm expecting. I'm guessing very close to R1T, so probably right around 300 miles, 290, 285 to 300, somewhere in there. Yeah, so if you want to see the wheel and tire choice, that video is already posted on Out of Spec Reviews. I am planning on doing some towing with it, so we'll do that for sure. Oh, when towing? Yeah, I don't think your wheel and tire is going to make that much of a difference when towing, per se. Certainly will have some impact, but your trailer is going to impact it more. So that's probably too in the weeds, and honestly, at that point, these things aren't really built to tow long distance anyway. Rivian, yes, loaned it to us for testing for a week or so. Yep, so Alyssa's mom's ID4 has been having issues, and they're actually just in the process of negotiating with Volkswagen, sort of her getting a new one. So they're trying to avoid the lemon case, of course, and I'll update you as to how the whole thing goes once it's done. Stereo sounds good. R1T, I think, has a bit more bass. And in the newest software update, they're definitely letting you almost blow out the subwoofer. I think it's the same subwoofer that's in R1T, but it's a bigger cabin space, so it doesn't hit as hard. But yeah, great sound system. More than acceptable than most, but nowhere near as good as our e-tron or our BMW iX test car that we had. Always got to have the Voss water. This is unpaid sponsorship. Big Voss water fan. Best water you can buy in a bottle. Top speed is the same as R1T, about 112 indicated. It used to be 116, but then they changed the speedometer, but the top speed went down as well. When the charging station is limiting the charging speed, I don't fully believe those messages for the most part. A lot of times it says it's slowing down because of battery overheat, but it's still pulling max power. I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if the charging station's limiting us here. This charging station's had some weird software bugs over the last couple days, and ChargePoint's been working on it, but I was getting a full 80 kilowatts before, so not sure why the charging station wouldn't be able to output most. There is another car here, but it's not on the same unit that I'm shared with. And so even on the charger, it's indicating that we are not shared. So I don't know. I'm not really a fan of these CPE 250s anyway, so it's not my favorite charger. I haven't done any charge testing on this because I think it's the same battery as my truck, but I'm going to test it out probably tonight after the range test. Yep, gonna run it the same way I ran the R1T with all terrains in the 70-mile-per-hour test. So it actually will be an interesting apples to apples. I want to actually go back and check that video out. Let's see what the conditions were, because it was chilly that week that we had it. I'll first take you on a tour sample. In terms of specifications, the extra pressure goes in. Let's talk about their version that they claim should be even efficient either. This group, the 3-wheel entire thing had with it is power. 90% of the melted in, nothing front wheel drive. Melted in, nothing got into the bed with that close. Real front wheel drives. Play around with that. I have no idea what it's going to do in this test. Literally no clue. That's usual. The second is warming up the battery pack, and by doing that is I drove it 100% good on this truck. So in terms of the testing procedures, I'll walk you through how we set up the test. The first is tire pressures. I'm going to go from here in Welling, rate, unit. So it was colder then. It was 45 degrees starting, and right now it's 70 degrees starting. So interesting. Okay, I'm going to film for the main video now that I have all that info. And yeah, going to do that. Going to get the mic on, because it's a little bit noisy here today. By the way, these new DJI mics that come in this case, this is the coolest freaking thing ever. You know, I've always used those Rode mics, and I bought a whole bunch of these for the guys on the team, and we are just loving them. They're really, really a well thought out package in my opinion. All right, so I mean, it's definitely pretty chilly out. I would say it's not 72 like the truck indicates. It's probably, I don't know, let's see, my watch says. My watch says 62. That feels about right. Be back with you momentarily. Just going to be filming. the Rivian R1S, actually charging up next to an e-Transit. Just met those guys. They bought that e-Transit because of our review, which is super cool. They've been using it all the time. Really awesome. So definitely, if you need gutters done here in Colorado, check them out. Using an e-Transit to get all their work done. Super cool. So this Rivian R1S is the large pack 4-motor version. It's actually the only version that's being produced of the R1S. Is the SUV version of the R1T, which is the pickup truck. You guys have seen us make a ton of videos with those over the last year or so. But what's interesting is it has a much shorter wheelbase, which means you can't actually spec what they're calling the max pack, the big battery pack. So in theory, this is the largest battery pack you can get in there. Now, we're not even sure when or if max pack will ever come down the road. Rivian, I guess, is saying 2024 right now. We'll see what happens. That's for the truck, but at least in terms of R1S, this large battery pack, 135 kilowatt hour gross, this is about as good as it gets. Now, when we did the R1T range test, we got about 125 kilowatt hours. Not bad. Ripping that really nice. We got about 125. Some of the conditions outside, then I'll walk you through the exact specification, what the wheels and tires mean for this test, because of course we're rolling out the all-terrains, not the efficiency wheel and tire package. I'm also going to recommend which wheels I think you should get on your R1S if you're thinking about ordering one or you're a reservation holder. And so let's get into all of the above right now. So conditions and testing procedure, always very important that we share this because each one of our tests are run in the real world. Now I try and make them as scientific and comparable as possible, but we're dealing with real world conditions here. And right now, at least where we're starting, it's perfect weather. It's not 60 degrees, 64 degrees, sunny, almost no wind at all. It's really wonderful. However, when we go up into Wyoming, there is going to be some wind. Now, thankfully, the wind is going to be directly at our backside for the start of this test, which is why we run a loop-style test, so when we turn around, we'll get it headwind. We're talking less than 10 miles an hour, but it's still enough where if I had the vehicle for another few days of testing, I'd say, let's hold off, wait for a less windy day. This is just the best day we have for testing during the time that Rivian has loaned this to us for testing. And a huge thanks to them for supporting out of spec. So let's get into what the actual procedure is here for testing. Now I'll let you know a little bit of the weather. State of charge, then we're going to head out at 70 miles an hour GPS, which I believe is 71 indicated, but I'll double check and see how this thing does. We did set the tire pressures at the discount tire spot, as always, 48 PSI, the truck recommends, and so we did that when cold. And that's how you set tire pressures, that's cold PSI. So they might even see 50 during this test, really high tire pressures. So, the one last thing I want to mention is a lot of you say, why don't you do range tests at 80 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour? I don't know. We just use 70 because that's what we started with. And to compare car to car, I had to have a set speed. It's an easy speed that I can run. It doesn't really impact anyone. It's pretty great. But to answer some of your questions about this vehicle's efficiency at different speeds, go to out of spec reviews. It might even be the video posted just before this one, where I ran the truck at 60, 70, and 80 miles an hour to let you know the spread of efficiency at different speeds. So go take a look at that, and it's already posted. So we are rolling on the 20-inch all-terrain wheel and tire package in black, which is a little bit different wheel face than the standard all-terrain. So it might actually prove to be slightly more efficient with this wheel, would actually be my guess. Now, in terms of styling, it's not my choice, but I do know Colton loves it and some other people really love this wheel. So maybe this is the one to go for. We'll see. You know, the R1T that we ran in this test had the same exact tire on it. It had the standard wheel face, but the same size. So I would say a fairly comparable test here when we start looking at R1T versus S. The R1T test was done in slightly colder conditions, about 10 degrees colder than it is right now. This is the challenge of real-world testing. But I have the trailer hitch cover back on it. We have everything sort of somewhat cleaned up. It's ready to go. We're about to hit 100% state of charge here. As soon as it kicks off, we're going to load up and go. I'm going to run conserve mode, which disconnects the rear motors through a clutch disconnect, and we're going to be running just front wheel drive in the lowest suspension. As always, our range tests are done at the most conservative setting that I would say is still livable. And you know, I typically don't drive my R1T. I own a truck version of this. I don't typically drive it in conserve mode, but our testing procedure is to go most efficient, and that's what we're doing here. So we're going to be at the lowest ride height, conserve mode on 100% all the way down. Do take a very long time to top charge. Here's the interior of the truck, black mountain interior, beautiful glass roof over the third row, which I currently have in the down position right now, and it's just wonderful. We are, of course, live streaming this, our out of spec motoring channel, and those guys are watching it top charge right here. So we're doing 19 kilowatts at 97%, just sipping up top, but that's how these things go. So let's wait for it to complete, and then we'll head out. Alrighty, intro shot. There you guys always get the preview of what's about to be posted. Uh-oh. Did it just glitch out, unplug, and try again? What's going on here? 311 miles conserved. I just shut climate control off so we don't pull any power, but that's weird. Okay, plug back in. What's going to happen here? It's definitely set to 100%. You know, some BMS sway issues, but this thing has been full charged a couple times. You'd think it would know what's going on. So there we go, back to charging. Very odd, isn't it? Now it says slow or close to full charge. That makes more sense. Well, we'll keep letting it juice up, man. Does this just not take forever? We are running the all-terrains, unfortunately, but it's at least comparable to the R1T range test that we did. All right, well, we're close. I'm going to get you guys set up over here on the dash now. Just forgive some of the movements here. I know it's going to be a shaky ride for a second because I'm trying to limit your vibrations as we go down the road, if that makes sense. That looks like a pretty good angle. How's that looking? Pretty nice? Something like that? Might be a bit of a bouncy ride. We'll do our best to keep it from rocking so much, but you're kind of jammed into the dash there. So let's hope that's a good view going forwards. Slower, close to full charge. Yeah, I haven't asked Alyssa how far she thinks this thing will go, but that would ruin the whole test. I wouldn't have to do it then. She's always very accurate. All right, 99%, 12 kilowatts. Come on, baby. Let's do this thing. The guys in the E-Transit said goodbye. Let's see. It's a little bit of guessometer action. Pretty sure it's not a full guessometer, but there's definitely some sway in the calculation that I can see at least. Also, why is Inside EVs writing about Elon's Twitter situation? It has nothing to do with cars. Oh well. We are on the vehicle's hotspot, yes. And we are at 99% still. I guess I really don't follow this whole Elon Twitter thing that closely, but it doesn't seem like that big of a deal to me, but everyone's saying it's a huge deal. I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting. Hasn't affected my using of the platform yet, that's for sure. Turning rear climate off for this test. Yeah, I don't actually get involved with politics. Even if I wanted to talk about it, like, I have no idea what's going on. I only do cars. So like, I would be the least useful person to bring up politics on. I just want everything out of my life. I just like to be left alone. I don't know what that's called, but that's whatever I am. Just let me play with cars all day, please. Thank you. I can't tell you anything more about the Martian wheels for Rivian because I don't actually know. $10 kilowatts, walking its way down, taking a year. Hey Ethan, thanks so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. We should have a fun drive, yeah. So if our order gets available inventory, like I guess you get access to the gear shop when your order starts getting closer. I'm certainly not going to call that same friend and try and get the truck earlier like I did with the R1T. That we kind of pissed everyone off with that. So we're just going to wait. And I don't even know if that process is still available. I think that was just an early thing for R1T owners for them to get like friends and family and internal trucks. I'm not totally sure. But either way, if we get access to this gear shop in whatever how many gears our order gets called, then yep, I will we're open to different specs basically. Yeah, I'm not a good company analyst. I actually really don't have any preference as to what company is sending us cars. I just like the end product here. Yeah, well, the thing is, if you're paying for ceramic coating and tints and things like that and PPF, a lot of it's down to the craftsmanship more than the actual products being used. So the price should be relative to the installer's quality of work. So I wouldn't compare that to anyone else's job because everyone has different quality. Like Colton is very expensive, but also really a nerd when it comes to stuff. Do I believe EV is the future of transportation? I think it's a pillar in many technologies we need for the foreseeable future in terms of transportation. Subaru ripping it. Why are the used Lucid Air Grand Touring selling $30K below new? Because they're not desirable. Who wants a Lucid? That's what I figured out with my week with it. No one really cared for it. Everyone's like, why wouldn't I just buy a Tesla? When they see the Rivian, they're like, oh, wow, that's really cool. So, yeah, I mean, technically the Lucid, sure, it's impressive. It can do some pretty cool things, but it's just not a desirable car. Hasn't been for me, at least. I don't wake up in the morning aspiring to own a Lucid Air. I actually have a reservation in for one, but I wouldn't, and I could take delivery right away. They're just sitting on lots apparently, or within the next few weeks, but nope, I don't want it. I'm gonna wait till they get their stuff figured out software-wise. There should be no road noise at this stage because we're not moving. Yeah, I just... Yeah, e-tron's got a great charging curve. I love that thing. Oh, you have an i3S? That's so cool. I have the windows down, so that's why you hear the road noise. Temperature today, 73 degrees. John, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Nice to meet you on Saturday. Yeah, that was really a fun event that we went to on Saturday. Really a good time. Nice to meet you. And yeah, I'm looking forward to more Rivian meetups. I don't know, that the event where the place was held seemed to purely be like a revenue generation idea. I'm thinking we should do something maybe at our office or something, you know, cool where someone's not just trying to sell us stuff to go hang out. But nothing against that guy. They were nice people. But it just wasn't like a Rivian owner hosting a get-together that was like, come so we can sell you window tint. And I'm like, I don't know. All right, almost done, 99%. Yeah, a video on battery care would be pretty interesting. I think we should do that. Thanks for the suggestion. That's awesome. Yeah, the out-of-spec office, we have a really cool office now, and we're in process of either adding a different location or just moving there entirely. We're in these commercial real estate negotiations, which are a pain in the ass, but I need a place to put all the cars, and so that's what we're figuring out right now. But I think we found a pretty good option. Just takes forever because we have to negotiate like, oh, are you going to put a mezzanine in, or are we going to do that? And you know, we want the flooring of this material and we need a drain here, but then you're required to have a bathroom. I'm like, well, we don't need one, but then they're going to make us put it in. I don't know, crazy. Yeah, I'd love to do a Tesla Semi range test or just drive one would be really fun. This is taking forever. Oh, we're done. Complete. Great. Climate off. Time to film. Woohoo! And we have completed charging at 100%. The truck is predicting 311 miles in conserve mode. We'll go into the actual setup of the truck here in a second to make sure we have the climate settings situation looking good. Let's pull the charging out. It actually had a glitch at 97% and completed. Now, next thing about Rivian charge person, you actually have to change things. The car will also auto close when you're done. So I have climate control off right now, so we don't burn any juice, but we're at 100%, 311 miles. We're gonna run conserve, ride, and soft to try and keep it as comfortable as possible. They have changed the suspension tuning through software over time. It used to be actually better in firm, but that's for another day. We're gonna go here to the truck. We're gonna reset trip A. So waiting for it to reset here. There we go. We're gonna go 72 degrees, anywhere between 68 and 72 degrees, rear climate off, into reverse. Time for the range test. Let's do this thing. High battery charging reduces regenerative braking. Yes, I know. So we're leaving the station. Wow, I've never actually seen this station completely empty right in the middle of the day. That is very, very weird. You can see we have a slight wind today and more where we're heading to, but thankfully we can counteract most of it with a loop style test, although I wish it wasn't as bad. We are using the internal truck hotspot to run our live stream. I really love Rivian's hotspot. It's got a great antenna, and it seems to just be so much better service than our mobile devices get. Also, I believe running on AT&T. We're in front wheel drive mode. You can see a huge regen limit, a huge power output limit. We are getting almost none though. Very little amount of regen. That just shows you we're all the way at the top of the pack. Let's pull out here. What we're gonna do is get up on the I-25, head north to Cheyenne. That's always a little bit of a climb to get up there. It should not always the best efficiency on the first bit of the trip. Then we're gonna turn east, head east on I-80 into Nebraska, and we'll loop around until we gotta head back over here. Maybe even at night, should be sunset at least during this test. We'll see. Hopefully temperatures stay pretty constant. The truck says 70. I think that's because it was stuck at the charger. My watch here says 62. So it is definitely not 70 degrees out. I wouldn't trust the truck on this one. So looking like pretty light traffic in the direction we're trying to go today. That's great. That's why we do our tests up here. So we're gonna be running 70 miles an hour constant, 71 indicated. And let's see how far this thing goes on a charge. All right, y'all ready on the live stream? Just gentle accelerations. .70, 71 locked in, and lane centering on. Very nice. So let's just check our GPS. Yeah, everyone hates the turn signal. Lucid had the worst turn signal, I thought. There we go. 71 indicated is, I don't know if you can see that, 70 GPS accurate right there. So we're at the right speed. Chrysler Crossfire going for the pass. We have just merged onto the highway. We are at 71 indicated. I did confirm that that is 70 GPS. Not very good efficiency, but again, we had to accelerate onto the highway. So let's make sure we don't have a charger in. We don't want it to precondition and burn more juice. Take a look. It's one of those Tonka Edition F-150s coming up. Those things are pretty neat. And by neat, I mean not really that appealing at all. So, all right, well, let's go sit back and relax and have some fun on the live stream for a bit. We're going to be cruising for many hours in the R1S. Guy's got an American flag on the back of his truck. It's a great sticker. It says, if this flag offends you, I'll help you pack. That's great. Oh, it just rides like crap in this lowest suspension setting still. Yeah, Super Duty Power Stroke, giving it the beans on the uphill. almost sounded like an old 7.3 instead of the 6-liter. Probably is. Those things just run. No, I'm actually on all-terrain tires for this test. I could not get the road wheels and tires. My friend Aaron, who had the green truck when we did the 20 versus 21 versus 22 inch video, I was going to swap the wheels with his truck, but he and I both had issues yesterday to do that swap, so we didn't end up doing it. So I'm running the all-terrains. Truck is still predicting 311 miles. It has not moved 1 mile of prediction yet. I'm in lowest. I am aired out. We are laying battery right now. Lowest, conserve, ride set to soft, which is fine unless you hit some big bumps. There's just not a lot of room for this truck to absorb impacts. But actually the R1T rides nicer than the S by like quite a bit. Yeah, the thing was I had the truck filming when we could have done the swap, so I couldn't send anyone to do it. .310 miles is the indicated range, 98%. So it really sat at 311 up until about a minute ago. But again, that's why you don't trust range numbers. Passed by some bobtails here. Never a good feeling, but all part of the test. Now, are we planning on doing videos in Canada? Yes, this winter we're taking our e-tron, maybe even across Canada, but yeah, we're going on a big e-tron road trip in Canada is our plan. And by the way, I just found one of my old phones that has a lot of lost footage on it, because there were so many videos we shot road trip stuff that we haven't posted. And today we found that phone with all the footage, and it's just such a relief. And so now we got to import, upload, and have a better process for not losing footage or phones. Ended up in our food pantry. I don't know how that happened. Yeah, drafting semis can help quite a bit. Part of this test is I don't want any, yeah, we have studded Nokian winter tires going on the e-tron, but I don't want any drafting for these range tests. We want the truck or car to push air out of the way. Yeah, so we have like our road trip to pick up our Leaf, our BMW iX road trip was all on there, a whole bunch of other stuff. The bumps are not translating into cabin noise, or the noise you're hearing from the bumps don't indicate how harsh the truck is. The thing is, this thing can be an unbelievable comfortable cruiser if you just put it in even just low suspension or all-purpose mode, but this is like worst case, air it out, trying to get every last drop out of it situation. So the charge point chargers where we normally start our range test, where we just left from now, three of four of them were down last week, and people were queuing up in lines and waiting, and I tweeted at them because I didn't know what else to do, and they logged in and reset the station. It was fine, so it just needed a reset, but it was a week of that issue, and it just needed a simple reset. So I mean, that just seems a bit ridiculous if they are not monitoring their network well enough to just know when things glitch and you got to restart it. That's not the end of the world. Just like have an alert for that. It was about a week that it was down. Oh, to have this over R1T, well, you just get so much more enclosed space. You get 7 seats. I mean, if we did not have our e-tron, we would get this over the R1T if we had the choice. But now that I have the like for me personally, I would drive the R1T over this. The truck's just more my style. I can throw whatever I need in the back. Really love it. And I think my truck rides so much nicer. And not so much, like okay. To me, small body motions are bigger in this because you have a shorter wheelbase. It's more fun on a back road, but honestly, if I'm going in the back road, I'm not taking the Rivian for a fun drive. Yep, the new EA in Loveland's been working for a few months, a couple months, 1 month, something like that. Nice Honda Gullwing, just a cruiser. 6-cylinder engine in those. And I believe a reverse helper gear as well. I've been looking at bikes, looking at BMW GSAs. Maybe for next season, I don't know. Yeah, in this mode, you really get a lot of body motion from the bumps. I mean, the suspension's aired out for efficiency, so it doesn't get much room to soak up any of the imperfections in the road. Oh, it uses the starter motor for the reverse gear. That's cool. Did not know that. Yep, I have the newest update. It does a pretty good job of lane centering and definitely noticed less wobbling and in the lane, and very pleased. I don't have a snowmobile now, but I grew up riding snowmobiles and had, you know, like all the Skidoo stuff, Rev, XP chassis, XRS, the E-Tech stuff. When that started coming out, that's when I was into riding. And so, yeah, I would love, Alyssa really wants to get some sleds for this winter. I was thinking, yeah, lots of toys, not enough time. That's our problem, is we're always out filming. I don't know when we'd ride them. And when we're not filming, we have to be editing. And when we're not editing, we need to be sending emails, which I'm really bad at. Hogback then? Yeah, I think we're going to run this in the hogback for sure. We need to pass this guy, but we got a lot of traffic coming up. Good thing we're still doing 70 miles an hour, but just barely. It's like a huge traffic jam right when we came up on this trailer. Come on, people, let's go. We got one more Subaru Outback and then we can move. What? I never see traffic on my range tests. Alright, here we go, going for the pass. Triple axle Freedom trailer right here. Exterior rivet, single rear wheel pulling it, but it's got the diesel. Almost looks like he needs a dually in that thing, or at least a 350. That's a 250. Yeah, when they sit in the blind spot and don't pass, I usually just kick on the turn signal, start moving over, and that'll get them to move. Welcome to Wyoming! Now let's take a look at our progress so far. Welcome to Wyoming. Let's take a look at our progress so far. This is always not a great indication because of the climb, but 1.88 miles per kilowatt hour so far. It's a big vehicle. We are aired all the way out in conserve mode. Definitely feel the bumps with the suspension in the lowest. There's not a lot of room for that suspension to absorb impact. So, yeah, this is just... Not the best of efficiency here, but that's not what we're going for with R1S. R1S is a big SUV. So let's put it in context. This is not going to be a Lucid Air for efficiency. So, continuing on, let's go see what the numbers turn out to be as we get up into Wyoming. 92% state of charge. That's pretty good, actually. Normally we are at 90%. Anything above 90% when we pass there is going to be a long range test. We're at 92. Predicting 292 miles. The first bit of this test will have wildly good efficiency because of this tailwind we're about to get. Wind is looking rough today. Oh, actually it's cleared out quite a bit. We have a little window, a little pocket, if you will, of no wind. Take a look here. You'll see that's where we are, that blue dot. Can't get it to focus, but you'll see that little strip of road to the right with no wind around it. That's where we're going. No wind, baby. This is awesome. Wind speed and direction, I use an app called Windy. And the world's slowest pass goes to this guy on the left. No, there are some chargers that don't display accurately with the lightning bolts in the nav. Actually, most of them don't, I would say. So for it's windy.app indicated. Lincoln Mark LT. Very cool. Very rare. And we're hovering around 2 miles per kilowatt hour right now. Yeah, the Rivian hotspot is AT&T, same as my phone, but just get fine service in the worst of places and gets great signal. I don't know how it does it. It must, you know, the external mounted antenna must make that much of a difference. Capacitive steering wheel. having live stream is great because it's like we have 130 people in the car with me. Yeah, you just have to lightly make sure your hand's touching the wheel, and no torque in there, nothing like that. You just keep going. Oh, that dog's head out the back of that window, so cute. Try and keep it at 70 miles an hour through the turn for as long as possible. As always, just try and maintain speed. This is where we have the 1 mile of road construction up here, so we do have to dip to a single lane. At least that's how it has been. I don't know if they've fixed it yet. We see. Yeah, I got to take the racing line on the range tests. Now, that guy was going slow, and now he is accelerating. It's a Saturn Outlook. I actually did not remember they even made that car. It's just badge engineering. It's an Acadia underneath, or a Traverse. They must have just done that right before Saturn collapsed. I'm just in the left so we don't draft him, but he is pulling away enough now. I hope Doug DeMuro reviews the Saturn Outlook. That would be a great video. Bumps. Definitely bumpy over those, aired out. Any half shaft issues? Yes, this thing's a little clunky. Yeah, if Saturn was the electric brand for GM, that would have been awesome. They already had a very forward-thinking user base or owner base. The Saturn Outlook was an Opel Frontera. Really? Never heard of that before. So what, did Vauxhall have a version of this, the GMC Acadia Traverse situation as well? I'll have to keep an eye out next time I'm over there. Alyssa and I will be back in Europe in a couple weeks. We have the Hummer EV coming this weekend. I'm excited about that. I mean, there's some drivability things when they clunk. You definitely feel like a little slop in the driveline. My truck just started up doing it again. I'm going to bring it in, schedule a warranty appointment for it. if you rent through Hertz, you should be able to rent a Model Y. Enterprise, you can get a Polestar 2. Colton, who runs our detailing channel, what state of charge he got it with and how the billing works and all that stuff. I'm really curious. Yeah, the clunkiness is from half shaft stuff. So for the Hertz situation, Petra, I would what I would do is sign up for Hertz Gold, I think it is. Colton was telling me how this works, and basically then you can select the exact car when you arrive, and that way you can make sure you're getting a Model Y. Because the rental car companies will always screw you over with the or similar. It's like, I want a Mazda CX-5. I don't want the or similar car. And so I really like that at least Avis and Enterprise, maybe not Enterprise, but Hertz, at least the ones that I've used recently when I've gone on trips to review stuff. And yeah, just get to choose my exact car. Also, no excuse for journalists who don't review Teslas now. Just go to Hertz and buy one for a day, or rent one for a day. I think Colton's doing his for under $100 a day. So I just did a test where I showed you 60, 70, and 80 miles an hour efficiency with the R1S. It's live just as of a couple hours ago on our reviews channel. And that should answer all your questions about speed and efficiency, I hope. also, good news, we just received some communication from Amazon this week, and just now again, that we will hopefully have an opportunity to check out the EDV, the Rivian van situation at one of the Amazon hubs. So that would be cool. Tesla truck is not out. No, you would see a lot more videos about it if it was. Efficiency so far? Well, we have a tailwind at the moment, so it's not going to be really that relevant. But we are at 2.27 miles per kilowatt hour. We're about 50 miles into this thing almost. I don't know if they're going to let us drive it. I'm certainly going to ask to drive it. Actually, they did say we can drive it, so yes, we should be able to. This guy's hauling ass. Look at that truck move, boogieing. Flat out. And he's got the reserve fuel tank on the fender. Ding ding. Hey there, welcome to the live stream. Thoughts on Max Pack being delayed till 2024? Not surprising at all. I mean, honestly, do we think Rivian will even deliver the Max Pack? Have we seen any proof that it's been produced? I've not seen any tests, any indication as to whether or not it's going to be 400 or 800 volt, or like it's like there's no info on it, which makes me think, well, they're just not working on it. Their focus is purely, I'm just guessing, I don't know, but my guess is their focus is purely on producing R1T to get numbers this year. You guessed the next car to pass me is a Chevy. Honestly, you might not be wrong looking in the rearview mirror. We'll see which one gets to us first. How's the range so far? Yeah, pretty good. We don't know anything about the Max Pack. They claim around 200 kilowatt hours, but we're not sure. No, the louder compressor noise is not a deal breaker. Of course not. It's not a huge deal at all, but it just is like, oh, should be quieter. GMC's getting to us first, so you were close with the Chevy guess, but we got a Sierra coming up with a cap on the rear. Underneath, it's pretty much the same thing. How's the suspension? Suspension's great, but I just have it in, lowest mode. So for the last 15 minutes, we've gotten 2.76 miles per kilowatt hour thanks to that tailwind. It's going to hammer us on the way back, but that's why we run a loop style test. I can't actually see any more cars behind us that I think are going to pass. I think we've kind of walked away from everyone. Some people do drive pretty slow. Ding, ding. Top speed of the R1S is 112, indicated just like the R1T. It used to be 116, but then they limited it. Or I should say, they got the speedometer closer intact. So, yeah, not very good. And that's miles, I guess. Yeah, just about 160 kph. A little bit more than that. 170 kph. 175. What? I'm good with the big milestones. Miles per kilowatt hour. Yeah, it's just not anything you can base. I'm not going to give off efficiency numbers until we start to return back, because it's not so representative with the tailwind. ID Buzz be better than the Rivian R1S? Well, better in which category? I'm curious what you're thinking. Yep, I am using the same settings I did the R1T's range test with. Yeah, I love these huge skyscapes too. I mean, just like these, just Wyoming in general is just absolutely amazing. And Montana, I love even more. I have not filmed R1S driving dynamics. My plan is to film tomorrow, so my guess is in 2 days it'll go up, something like that. It's going to be a really, really spicy one. Let's hope. I wanted to do the range test first because I might chew up some of the tires during the driving dynamic stuff. I've already been like holding back from just sending this everywhere for the range test. Nice, 87 average is pretty good, and diesel Cayenne is awesome. 87 average, you must have been hauling. Do I prefer living in more rural areas? So I like a good rural area that's near a Starbucks. So yes, I would say just outside of a town is where I like. So we live in the perfect place for what I like, because Fort Collins is a major metropolitan, a couple 100,000 people, big university, a Costco, like 10 different Starbucks. It's a great location. I'm less than 1 hour to the airport. But then if I go just outside of town on the north side, there's nothing for thousands of miles. I mean, the next city is pretty much the North Pole north of us. So yeah, rural, but I don't want to, I like modern society. Like I don't use my microwave at home. We eat out every meal. We need to be close enough to go to dinner. But I did just get a Traeger, so now I've been smoking some meats, and it's been wonderful to have a pellet grill. Yeah, maybe you can hear the motors, but I can't hear them at all. Not when cruising like this. Yeah, we're on Rivian's Driver Plus lane centering. Yeah, there's not, like, lane centering is nice, but it doesn't actually help you that much out here when you just go straight. It's an electric pellet grill. It's a Traeger Ironwood 8085. So I did a whole brisket in it, and it was awesome. So I'm going to California later this week, to drive the i7 and iX and XM and all the new BMW stuff. They call it Test Fest. It's like a huge BMW get together in California. And so they have all their new stuff there, which would be cool. If I could pick one, would I go R1S or Model Y? Well, they're so different. I mean, you can't even compare them. I mean, Model Y is so much cheaper, so much smaller. If you park them next to each other, I don't know why you would cross shop them, but I would go R1S all day. That's like when people used to cross 3 or e-tron, when there was just not many electric cars out there. G-Wagon in the middle of Wyoming on the right. Covered in dirt, looking good. Nice bike. Yeah, you do get quite a bit of tire noise with the 20-inch all-terrains, but it's still really not the end of the world. In-N-Out or Shake Shack? Ooh, I'm an In-N-Out guy, personally. G-Wagon or R1S? Honestly, if I wasn't a YouTuber, I'd drive a G-Wagon. I'd have a G63 and just roll everywhere in that thing. I love G-Wagons. And not because I think they look cool or anything. Oh, tumbleweeds! I just think they're so impressively built. So, you know, our sponsor Magna builds G-Wagons, assembles them, and we got to do some durability testing with those guys this past summer, and just seeing what those things go for, I've never seen anything like it. They go through hell, and they're like, this one has 100,000 miles of being jumped all day. I'm like, that's insane. Five Guys or In-N-Out? Probably In-N-Out. But I actually think Five Guys is better. I like the In-N-Out experience, though. Yeah, I don't brake for tumbleweeds. If I have a car that I don't really care too much about the paint at, I always try and hit them. But they will scratch your paint, so. I'm not familiar with that. Five Guys Cajun fries are amazing. I agree. Yeah, I lived on the East Coast my whole life until we moved out here to Colorado. And when I saw tumbleweeds, I was like, what the heck? I thought this only happened in like the desert, but no, you get tumbleweeds all over the Midwest. I've never heard of Runza. Maybe we should give that a go. There's one in Longmont. Okay. R1S or 2023 Tahoe? I'm not a Tahoe guy. I'm a Suburban guy. So honestly, for a family, I'd go with the diesel high country Suburban. You get all the good stuff, and you get that awesome 3-liter Duramax and over 30 MPG, and then you can put all your stuff in there. As a family hauler, that's just clearly the better choice. But if you want an electric vehicle, the R1S is where you're at. But the one thing is you can't get Super Cruise unless you buy the Escalade version, which you can get a diesel Escalade, which is really cool. But I'm just not into the Escalade image as much as... I actually really think the Yukon XL is the one to have. You get a Denali Ultimate diesel, but they just need Super Cruise. And R1S XL would be like the ultimate car for families. We would probably get the R1S XL if it was an option over the standard one, just for extra space. Yeah, I don't really worry too much about phantom drain. You know, you're never parking it at 1% anyway. That's bad for the battery, so it's something I just never even really think about or notice, for that matter. The truck is predicting 254 miles at 80% state of charge. So we're at 80% state of charge. We're getting, so far on this test, 2.42 miles per kilowatt hour. We're at 2.9 miles per kilowatt hour for the last 15 minutes. But again, this is, you know, typically where we, you know, drop down in elevation a little bit. So that's to be expected. We always get the best efficiency through here. And yeah, just doing great. Great lane centering. Yeah, I think if you're not going off-roading that often, personally, I think the sport wheels and tires are the ones to go for. I actually think the black sport wheels look the best for most color combos. And give you pretty good driving performance. So that's what I would go for on R1S, and then have a set of aftermarket ones if you're going to go hardcore wheeling. But even most off-roading you can do on the sport wheels and tires. So for most people, I don't know, I think that's the best option. I think too many people get the all-terrains and not really need their capabilities. Thanks for joining, Petra. Always good to hear from you. Let us know what you're doing in the US when you're here. Perhaps we'll be in the same area. You don't understand why it's impossible to get the range claimed by the manufacturers. Have we not made enough videos on this topic? They run a very specific testing cycle, and each car is a little bit of a different testing cycle because the manufacturers get to choose their cycle. But ultimately, it's not the manufacturers doing certification testing. It's EPA standards that are being run, or WLTP, or China's new or setup. I forget what they call it. CL something or other. Cool. Well, let us know when you're in Los Angeles, because we'll be there on and off for the next little bit. I mean, I'll be there this week and next week again. And then Alyssa and I are going to Oslo. Gonna do a Nordic EV road trip. So Rivian needs to update their software to allow manual wheel swaps like Tesla, where you can choose what wheels are on your truck. My plan was just to swap the wheels and run the truck anyway, because who cares if the TPMS light's on or not. I don't, but it'll affect maybe some ESP calibration, some other things, I don't know. But I think I'm going to pick up a set of the factory all-terrain wheels from Rivian. It's $2,500 for a set of forged 20-inch wheels. That seems like the deal of the century. And I'm going to have mine powder-coated black, I think. Will I be meeting up with Shmi this time? Well, he's going to Utah right now, was my understanding. I spoke to him a little bit, but we're a little bit out of the way. We might see him over on the West Coast for some things, but no, I don't think he'll be. The plan's for him not to come here. And Highway Assist just freaked out and said, "Take control, I don't know what's going on." Okay, no problem. That was weird. Now we're back on adaptive cruise. It's not giving me the option for lane centering. I think that exit ramp kind of freaked it out a little bit. And let's see, it says unavailable right now. We'll give it a second to think about life. Car got in Karen mode. It said there's an off ramp. I don't know what to do. It's done this a few times. Then it takes, yeah. Now we're good. Back on highway assist. We're just about to cross into Nebraska. To Nebraska, the good life. Replacing your i3 and going for Polestar 2 or used e-tron. Well, e-tron will feel so much more premium. Polestar 2 is pretty plasticky on the inside, but it's still a great car. It's just not that special or that nice. The e-tron's really nice. Both are not very efficient, so if range isn't a concern, for me, I'd go e-tron just for the comfort and for the interior, but I would go for a high-spec e-tron. Try and find a Prestige, we call them here, or something like that. But there's not a replacement for the i3, I agree. The i3 is sort of the perfect car for city mobility. It's plenty of room, but still nimble, and I think it looks amazing in i3S trim, so... I have not reached out to Bjorn yet, but we are going to hang out with Marcus Beal and borrow one of his cars, I think, again. We have gone 76.3 miles so far. We're at 2.48 miles per kilowatt hour with a tailwind. Yep, I'm going to do a full driving analysis of this compared to R1T. Is there much difference in cabin noise R1T to S? I think the T's quieter because it's got a smaller cabin, so I hear more stuff going on in the back of this truck. But honestly, they're both really quiet. It doesn't make that much of a difference. Alrighty. Oh, cool. Went from Raleigh to Atlanta and back. Nice. Comfort compared to Tesla? Oh, it's way more comfortable than Tesla. Like, if you're looking for comfort, don't buy a Tesla. Teslas are great, but they're not wafty, comfortable cruisers. They're a bit more performance-y oriented. My Model S is okay, but like, I do not like the way the Model X rides that much. The Rivian cars are better. Right, the Ioniq 5 smokes the Model Y in terms of comfort. Would I say EQS is the most comfortable? Definitely up there. EQS is pretty good. Our e-tron is good, but it has almost a little bit too much body motion because it's really trying to smooth everything out. EQS is all right, but you do max out the suspension on big bumps. Sound rig is in progress. We met a sound engineer that we're going to work with to help us finish the project out. I take a pause on this run. I've never taken a pause on any range test. Don't plan to today. What do I think about the Polestar 3? I think it looks really nice. I don't think there's much to test with mixing wheels for an emergency spare. Just throw it on. And worst case, turn traction control off and you're good. I don't think that's an issue. Especially because the R1S comes with that, you know, blow-up spare. Yeah, I do these tests alone. Our procedure is one person in the car. I used to mix it up, but now we got a little bit more stringent, so it's always by myself that I do these. I don't know if I'll get a chance to drive the Rolls Spectre. I'd love to. I should reach out to them and ask, but I got to drive the Ghost and a Dawn for another project, but I don't know if we have any Spectres in the US. I mean, Hyundai knows that the 22 Ioniqs need preconditioning, but they're obviously not adding it, or at least not adding it at the moment for our market. So, yeah, don't know why. It must be a cost thing. their level 2 options at some DC fast chargers. Well, not everyone, A, needs fast charging. B, a lot of motorcycles don't have DC fast charging. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good. It's not just the easiest thing to put level 2 charging next to DC fast charging, though, because the power being run from the utility sometimes doesn't even have that low of a voltage needed. It may not run 208 out there. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of it, but it just adds a little bit of complication. When possible, it's a cheap way, in case the DC charger is down, just to add some backup reliability. And yeah, I'm a fan in general. I think they should be, you know, relatively low used, but it's nice in a pinch. Oh, I missed our 75% check-in situation. By like quite a bit, but I'll do one now. Every 25% throughout the drive, I like to update you and let you know how far we've gone. However, in this case, I've forgotten about the first one. We are now down to 71% state of charge instead of 75, but I'm still going to update you. We are 93.4 miles into this journey, 2.51 miles per kilowatt hour. We've used 37.4 kilowatt hours, but keep in mind we have, again, that slight tailwind pushing us along. I actually checked the wind map and we found like the perfect window where there actually hasn't been that much wind, but there is still a slight tailwind. And then of course, heading back the other way, we're gonna have to climb back up to Cheyenne with a headwind. The efficiency is gonna be worse. So we're gonna turn around probably when we get to about 60% state of charge, somewhere around there, not too far away from here. And that's when we'll start our loop back. Of course, as always, as we get closer to the end of the charger, or end of the loop, we'll loop around near the charger. Holy bumpiness. This suspension and lowest is pretty rough. I mean, I really suggest only going this low if you have to stretch it to a charger. These are the worst efficient tire wheel back you can get. Yep. No, we're not going to try and get 1,000,000 miles in the Lexus. It's just sitting at home. We're getting a little storage facility for all the cars. I drove it last night, though. It drives great. We are on 80 right now. State of charge is 70%. Yep, we're using Driver Plus. Nope, didn't look into the driver door handle at all, but it's closed at the moment, so not sure. I have the climate set to 72 auto. I run anywhere from 68 to 72, whatever feels comfortable. And so yeah, I got it on 72. 67 degrees Fahrenheit outside right now. So it claims it's actually running a bit of air conditioning. I'm thinking high 200s for the range. Yeah, I actually just signed our letter of intent for this new property. So yeah, any luck finding? Well, we're just in these negotiations, but we just submitted our formal request. I did not know there was a flat high performance Starlink. I thought it was just the existing RV one that I have. I'm not totally sure if this has that much better aero than R1T, to be honest. I want to run them side by side. I just need to find an R1T with the 20-inch wheels. So maybe we could ask an owner to come up and help with that tomorrow. If anyone's watching this and has a R1T on the same wheels and tires that I'm driving on now, or at least the 20 inches, let's do this thing. Back window does not roll down. It's actually nice outside, 67 Fahrenheit, 68, yeah, pretty nice. How's Judy doing? Well, not running at the moment, as you could expect. So we got a couple days of driving, and then a coolant hose sprung a little leak the other day, so I ordered all new, and I think I have to go back and look at my service invoice. I'm pretty sure they put all new hoses on her, but I'm thinking maybe the clamp was put on too tight and it dug into the hose and made a little crack. So I don't know. I just bought one of every hose. They have a kit. It's like 90 bucks. And yeah, I'm just going to put a new coolant hose in it. That's just a bit of a shame. Uh-oh. Are we back? I hope so. The YouTube app crashed. So I think we should be back now. Sorry about that. Should all be good. You don't have the image, okay. How about now? Do you have the image? Only audio, no video. Okay. Well, let's try. Okay, give me 1 second. Let's see if we can get this fixed. We're gonna try a couple things here. Okay, now do we have? Let's see. Hopefully. Yeah, now we should be good. Wait a second. It just like flashed. I'm trying to take a look at. Nope, not good. Huh. Okay, still only. There was a flash of light, then darkness. This is not sounding so like such a good situation, is it? Same thing again there. Well, this is not good. Give me 1 second. Let's try and hello darkness. Okay, so worst case, I'll have to create a new live stream, but that might have to happen. Let's just see what happens here. Okay, I'm hoping, really hoping that this works. Now audio is gone. Yeah, I'm trying to get it to go back in. Fingers crossed. Video working here, now audio's gone. Uh-oh. What the heck? We hear you. Well, it looks like you're gonna have a dark range test then. Let me see if I can flip camera around. Can you see me now? Audio's working. Yeah, I've got the. Not good. Don't see you. Yeah. Not going well, is it? No image. Well, I really apologize for the black screen. Not sure what else to do, to be honest. Come on, screen. I think. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do a quick restart on the phone, and I'll be back to you guys, hopefully either in this one or we'll just create a new live stream. Just bear with me. Let's restart this thing. Okay, this is after a phone restart. I'm hoping, my guess is it's not going to work. Dang, not working at all. What? So this is after a full phone restart. Saying not working. Zooming, unzooming. Everyone's blind. It's a YouTube thing. Okay, well, crap. Alright, well, you guys might just have to stick with the black screen. I'm going to try and experiment. I brought another phone along because we're getting to the point where we have to flip around here pretty soon. Alright, give me just one moment, see if I can flip this thing around. How to spec motoring. Oh wait, we're back. Holy smokes. Yeah, baby. Nice. Hold on, give me 1 second. We are back. Great. Well, sorry for the YouTube thing. I did the same thing I've been doing, is I quit out, reopened, and it just worked this time. So we're good. Oh, we're in Nebraska. Still on Rivian's hotspot. Yep. Good. What did I do? I just quit out of the app and reopened like I tried the last 5 times. So what we're going to do is the same thing we did with the Lucid Air. We're going to turn around somewhere up here and take that frontage road back because of this major construction zone. So we just have to deal with maybe 1 mile of the construction, something like that. And then, but we're still able to maintain full speed, so it's no major issue here. Why do you think they need so many cones for this? You think they could get away with 50% of the cones, maybe less, and they'd still be fine. Yeah, Rivian Driver Plus. Driver Plus did not like that. It doesn't like the cones or the construction. Whoa, phantom brake, what the heck? It keeps thinking I'm hitting the line, which I'm pretty close, but I don't want to be close to the other side. have to drive either hard left or hard right, otherwise you're over this bit here. And we are reaching our first turnaround point, and the reason I'm going to turn around here is mostly because there's a lot more wind if we continue forward. We've actually been in this little pocket of very little wind, been very pleased, and this construction zone we're still able to maintain full speed here, but I do see us creeping up on those cars up here, plus I don't want to have to deal with the traffic going back. So same thing we've done with the Lucid Air as well as one of the Tesla range tests. I'm actually going to go across the highway and take the frontage road back, which runs right next to the highway. We can avoid that construction zone and run at a constant 70 miles an hour. So let's loop around here, take the frontage road back till we loop back into I-80. Yep, nasty traffic jam here in Nebraska. If you guys can see this, just insane how many cars are around. So let's go back onto the frontage road and just continue the cruise. It's been really nice so far. We're at 63% state of charge and really loving the R1S. Great seat comfort, great noise isolation, I should say. It's really quiet, very comfortable. Although I would again suggest not running the lowest suspension. I would recommend running, you know, probably low, or how I drive my truck is actually I don't even put it in conserve mode. I just drive it in all purpose most of the time. So now we're just heading over to that little frontage road. We can run 70 miles an hour back. Alyssa really likes the R1S. She's not really into cars, so for her to be into a car is pretty rare. See you, Mark. Thanks for joining. Okay, let's just duck out here before a slow-moving house on wheels pulls in. That was a full stop, by the way, in case you were wondering. Locked in at 71 miles an hour. Can't use Driver Plus because this is not a pre-mapped road. How would I explain EV trucks? Well, they just don't, you know, loss of range when towing compared to ICE. ICE loses a lot of range, but think about it. You're 95% efficient, typically, somewhere around there, with the energy in a battery pack compared to a combustion engine, which is about 33% efficient. So A, you have a bigger tank. B, your drop in efficiency isn't as drastic as it is with an electric truck because you know, you're just using a lot more energy in an EV truck to move everything in comparison. Maybe I didn't do a very good job of explaining it, but you just have the equivalent of about 2 gallons of gasoline in a truck battery. I've already done plenty of charging videos on Rivian, and so you should go and check those out, but it's not the fastest charging thing. It'll peak at 221 kilowatts is the fastest I've seen, and it holds that until about 40 or 50% or so, but they have some thermal issues when you charge at max speed, so it actually doesn't make that much of a difference if you use a 150 or a 350 if you're doing a deep charge. Nice horn. One of the 2 horns on my R1T is blown out, so I have a wimpy horn on my truck. Forgot about that. Absolutely gorgeous out here, running 70 miles an hour constant. Over there in the distance is the highway, and over here we are on the frontage road. I just love it out here where we can just run super comfortable, full speed, right next to the highway, avoiding the construction zone. We've done this on a few range tests, and I really, really like this little trick running alongside over here. Doesn't make any difference really because the elevation's the same, and again, we're getting hit with the same conditions as the highway, but just less traffic. It's a nice tree. Nice tree. It is 68 degrees outside right now. And since the change in our position and the sun is hitting us, I actually felt the air conditioning crank up a little bit there. It went up a couple fan speeds. Now indicates 70, but I think that's because of the sun going up so fast. How do I like the blue? Not my choice. Not my choice at all, but Colton loves it. I know plenty of people love this blue. It's just not for me. I think this thing looks best blacked out. You get black wheels, dark tints, and then ocean coast interior. That's how I would do it. Or I would do, honestly, launch green looks really good, or I would do forest green. Really like the greens in R1S. I think it fits the image pretty well. Got a train coming towards us. We always see a train right through here. This has to be one of the busiest railway sections, and wow, this is a long one. Holy smokes, I cannot see the end of it. That is crazy. This goes on and on and on. Oh, limestone is my favorite color. I forgot about that. I would personally order limestone. Okay, I see a truck here with an arrow on it. I'm just slowing down because I'm not sure what's going on. And he's got his arm out the window. And he says, go to the right. What? This is not part of our range test, dude. We cannot go to the right. Should I ask him if we can loop back around? Is there a way to loop back over into town? So only like a mile of dirt there? Something like that? Yeah, okay. So this first left. Well, this is backfiring. We're gonna have to take a dirt road. What the heck? Range test dirt road. Uh-oh. Thankfully it's only a mile, so it shouldn't really affect anything. Well, the main road into town was actually blocked off, so we have to do about a mile, hopefully slightly just under, of this little dirt road into town. I can't run 70 miles an hour, so just like we run them down at the end, we got 70 for most of this test, but a mile of dirt, well, I guess it's the same as taking a few exits here or there. These are never fully scientific tests. We do the best we can, but if this was like going to be 3 or 4 miles, I would have had to scrap the whole test. I think we can keep it going. I mean, we're still doing about 50 miles an hour here on the dirt, but not the most ideal situation, I would say. Let's just slow down so we don't get the other car full of rocks. Yeah, all right. Town's just up over here. I can see it. Not the end of the world, just a small detour. Well, this is interesting. First dirt road range test. Just trying to be a little bit gentle on it, slow down when other cars come in to pass because I don't want to crack their windshield. What town is it? It's called Potter. And I can see the tips of buildings just up over here. Yep, the difference in wheels and tires should be pretty much the same as the R1T test that we did. Honestly, it's smoother on dirt than it was on pavement. This is crazy. And I'm doing 55 miles an hour. It's not like we're going slow. Yeah, I would agree that the test should still be pretty accurate. Let's move all the way over so we don't get a rock chip. Thank you. And here we are back in town. Not the end of the world. The test is still fine. Every test has something. Sometimes we hit a traffic jam for a minute. Anything that's excessive, though, I always cancel the test. But here we are now in town. Crazy. And we have been deposited into the downtown area here. School is just getting let out. So let's go jump back up onto the highway right over here and keep going at 70. But this definitely was a small little detour. Every range test has something, and this one was a dirt road for a mile and a half. That was pretty crazy. Okay, so we should link right back into the downtown street here in just a second. And then I think we can jump right onto I-80. Oh, look at this DC charger on the left going in. Holy smokes. What? That's a Tritium 50 kilowatt unit. I got to see if we can go across here. Is there any way to get onto I-80 here?
I-80?
Yeah.
Okay, so you go straight.
Yep.
Take a curve, go under the bridge,
yep.
Go straight on a dirt road, kind of a dirt road.
Okay.
And then you go down this gas station across the street.
Okay.
Don't get on the highway and go east because you won't make it. Go straight and then get on the highway over. See where the bridge is? What? No, here's fine. Just go straight.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, this is we can't turn left on Chestnut Street, so we're gonna have to basically go around the tracks and finagle our way through this town to go. Okay. This no sense. It almost looked like a truck was stuck on the road. Okay, well this all is backfiring. So we go down this road, we go over the tracks, then we go back, is what it sounded like to me. All right, I see where we're going. I'm not trying to get everything all dusty, so I'm just cruising nice and slow through here. So this road goes over, then we go through a gas station or something like that. Where are we going? here we are, back on the main road. Great news. Okay. So I see I-80 there. Let's pull out. Yeah, take Bob's road, then you hit Joe's road. Yeah, I think this is either, it's just like police around and everything like that. So, junction to I-80. So there's the gas station. And this is the way I think we go here. Yep, we go through here. And then we're going to go left through the gas station. Yep, everyone's doing it. Maybe we should have just sat in the construction zone. Come on, Mountaineer, let's go, buddy. Why is this dude stopping? Let's go. Should we go for the pass? He's going literally a half a mile an hour. Oh my God, dude, go. All right, now we're good. Now we're back to where we needed to be. This guy's going so slow. And here's I-80. Wonderful. Well, after a little just jaunt through town, had to go back through the back end of a gas station. We're all good. We're ready to merge back onto I-80. We know not to take that frontage road, or at least check to see if it's open. And here is our entrance to I-80 West. We're going to take the full racing line here. So let's just merge on through and onto I-80 we go. Full racing line as usual on that on-ramp. And back to 70 miles an hour and we're good to go. So let's do it. That was fun. not ideal. Let's hope we don't have any other weird things happen on the range test. But not too dissimilar from us running the battery down at the end, I guess. Locked back in, cruising at 70. One Voss water down, time to break open the next. I also got a Red Bull, that's good. Next city is Dix, that's right. D-I-X. I actually grew up in a town called Dix Hills when I was younger. I have not looked for a charger for a Leaf yet, I need to. Really, once I have the space to put all the cars, the Leaf is like buried in the back of my garage right now. Then I can like really start working on all this stuff. Pretty good beef jerky here. Tactical teriyaki flavor. That's my kind of flavor. That's like, you put anything tactical in front of it and I'll buy it. Meanwhile, I just go to Starbucks. That's about the most adventurous thing I do. Alyssa, what the heck are you doing in here? Welcome. Alyssa, I got the new best beef jerky situation. Tactical teriyaki from Meet Your Hero. Premium Snacks, Hero Snacks. It is awesome. Big fan. Do I sleep? Yeah, of course. Occasionally. But that's cool that that town's getting a DC fast charger, a tritium 50 kilowatt. We got a Peterbilt right on our butt. And I mean right on our butt. This dude is about pushing us out of the way. I don't know if you can see this. Hold on. Do you see how close this truck is behind us? It's because this Volvo truck's taking forever to pass on the left. This dude's pissed. I gotta run 70. I don't know what to tell him. They both came up on me. Should have modded your truck to be a bit faster, dude. Whoa, Volvo almost crashed into us. This is crazy. And now the Pete's going for the pass. Nice. Yeah, he was drafting, getting that range. Thing sounds good. Odell's Trucking. Right on the bumper. Turn signal, nice. Oh yeah, today's Halloween. You're going to Michaela's? Halloween is my least favorite holiday. I really hate it. There are not many rules out here in the Midwest. You can go as fast as you want in a truck, pretty much. I've seen guys do 90, 95 miles an hour. To hit the brakes for this guy, but just need to maintain 71. We're good. .95 in a semi. Oh, I've seen semis do over 100 miles an hour on some downhills. These dudes rip. Nice, just like your buddy. Just cut us off a bit. Thanks. Turkey. I was checking out the Rivian. Everyone checks this thing out. This gets all the looks. R1S gets more looks than the T, yes. Everyone's used to seeing the R1T, especially where I live. Everyone has one. They're on every corner, so, I mean, anytime I leave my house, I see at least 2 Rivians. What a perfect day. It really is. 53% state of charge at the moment. Can't tell if you're actually curious, Alyssa, or what you're trying to gauge when I'll be home. Which do I prefer, R1S or Model X? Oh, R1S is what I prefer. But again, I don't review cars for people like me. I'm a very weird, I have weird car needs. Yeah, Alyssa, how far do you think this thing's gonna go? Yeah, there's a fly in here. It's driving me nuts. Why did I never purchase an Archimoto? Oh, I actually think they do not ride well at all. I think they're dangerous. They're not fun at all because they're front-wheel drive. They're not fast. Like, if you're going to make it scary fast. Don't just make it not handle well. I really don't see the appeal, personally. It's not even, like, good-looking, like a Citroen Ami. Or a Renault Twizy. And it broke down like 4 times when I had it. So not my thing. So Alyssa thinks 311 miles. I'm going to tell you, I don't think that's going to happen. But time will tell. It is time for the 50% state of charge update. We've now been cruising back on I-80 for some time, definitely feeling the effects of the headwind. If you take a look here, 1.8 miles per kilowatt hour for the last 15 minutes. So we had really good efficiency on the way out, you know, mid threes, high threes in some cases, 3 miles per kilowatt hour. And so that's why we run a loop style test to have it counteracted. Now still the wind isn't that strong, so definitely tells me that the R1S is affected by aero. It's a big slab basically, so to be expected. But 50% state of charge, we have gone roughly 152 miles so far. So if all conditions stay the same, we would be in for a 300-mile range number here. However, we're just starting out on that return into the headwind. And so I think this number is still slightly inflated. I think we're going to be using more energy on the return. So my guess is high 200s right now. But yeah, we've used 63.7 kilowatt hours since we started. And we still got plenty more to go. So let's keep it going. 50% state of charge update. There you have it. Well, the ride quality in the mode that I have it in is really bad, which is, you know, conserve mode in lowest, so we're aired out for max efficiency. But in normal mode, it's so comfortable, so squishy. Really love driving this vehicle. The whole Aptera concept is a little bit confusing to me. the R1T dude driving back from SoCal with the old man on the back. Well, pretty good. We have a whole video that is coming on that road trip. We have 4 Rivian towing, or 3 Rivian towing road trips, 1 without a trailer. So 4 Rivian road trips launching, as well as 2 BMW iX road trips. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming up on the channels. Definitely sitting consistently under 2 miles per kilowatt hour on the way back so far. Have I had issues arriving at a dead charger with no other options? No, most of the chargers are networked, so you can kind of tell, you know, what's going on with them. I usually check the stations to make sure they're available before I go there, but it wouldn't make a difference towing or not. Honestly, you get into the charger either way, pretty dead. Hi from North Carolina. Hello from Nebraska at the moment. Oh, Rivian just tried to take the exit. You guys see that? It just freaked out and said, oh, I'm going to take that exit. That's now the second time Driver Plus has fully freaked out and disengaged during this drive. So I'm not, I guess, totally convinced on this software update. I can't think of my truck really doing that on the old software. Huh. I mean, the sun's at a pretty bright angle, but it's not like it's right in our face. At least it caught itself before it went full right. And of course, I let it go to see what it would do. Driver Plus doesn't like being in the far right lane, but I normally drive in the far right lane unless I'm passing someone, and I can't think of many issues with my truck, in all honesty. But I haven't, most of the time I've been on the road recently, I've had a trailer, which doesn't allow Driver Plus to work. The all-electric family lives in the same state I'm in right now. world's slowest pass now goes to this guy. He's probably just sitting at a speed limiter. Just gonna move left so he doesn't push the wind out of our way. Yeah, brisket came out great, actually. It was really good. We've gone 170 miles so far. After this range test, I got to do some tow testing this evening. So I'm going to max out the R1S and then put that exact trailer on the T to see if it tows any better, because I think this thing can only do 7,500 pounds or so. I got to look up the exact spec, and the T can tow quite a bit more. So I want to see how this thing feels loaded up. Yeah, 7,800, something like that. And the R1T is 11,000, yeah. no time for max payload or tow charging. Welcome back to Wyoming. Payload doesn't really make that much of a difference. We did that test on the R1T. It's like, okay, weight doesn't really affect your range too much. Yeah, I wanted to do that test at night because that's when it was coldest. So I started at midnight for the 60, 70, and 80 mile an hour test. Started at midnight and it ran till about 3:30 because that's when it was going to be really chilly throughout the night. So we were down to 32 degrees Fahrenheit. That's about as cold as it was getting here. We had one night it dipped down to the 20s. I should have done it then, but that's all right. I don't believe they have a heat pump, no. But with something this big and inefficient already, the heat pump's not going to make that much of a difference. The R1T is actually heavier than the S by a couple hundred pounds, if I remember correctly. Because it's quite a bit longer. Alyssa guessed 311 miles, but I don't think we're going to see over 300. Hey Gary, glad that we're on your big Samsung QLED TV. That's pretty cool. That tech's pretty neat. Do I know when Rivian will start selling in Europe? I would not expect anytime soon. I've been thinking about sending our truck over to Europe for a bit. That'd be kind of fun. How's the road noise compared to Model X? I would say quieter by quite a bit. I'm going to give my dad a call because I have not spoken to him in some time, and yep, see what he's up to.
Hi, this is Dave. I can't take your call.
Oh, he rejected. Oh, nice double stacker train right here. Pretty sweet. Perfect weather out here. We've been sitting at about 65 to 68 degrees, indicating 64 right now. Nice big train going, just cruising along, 38% state of charge. You can see our efficiency is hovering just under 2 miles per kilowatt hour with a headwind. Honestly, that's like what I get in my truck. So it seems very comparable to me, but we'll have to see what the results are at the end of this test. Should I crack open that Red Bull? Didn't even give you time to answer. I cracked it open. Yeah, this is a huge freaking train. It's just insane. Just goes on as far as the eye can see. I cannot see the end of it still. So we got a middle pusher right here going wide open throttle. I can see the exhaust coming out. Doesn't seem like anyone's in there. They got cars on these trailers. These things. I'm trying to figure out what they are. Can't see enough. But definitely a full load of cars. They're maxed out. Everything's got cars in it. What are they though? Cannot tell. Almost barely enough room to see, but just not enough to make out what's in it. Wow, still cannot see the end of this thing. It's very possible they're Rivians on that train, yeah. What the heck? This is one of the longest trains I've ever seen. We've been passing it for like a solid 3 minutes. And this whole thing only has 3 engines on the whole. I see 2 engines up front. 3 engines moving that entire situation. That must be slow. Oh, I am very excited for the new top variant of Taycan that's coming. Wait for this car market to go back to normal, and then used Taycan Cross Turismos will be relatively normal. I'm really considering trading my Plaid for a Taycan. I just am not falling in love with it. And I know I have my GTS on order, but I'm thinking I'd be better off just with a Cross Turismo until the GTS comes. So we'll see. Especially as I get my Model 3 back, maybe as soon as this weekend, Dominic was saying. Should be pretty nice. I'm a Cross Turismo only kind of guy. I'm not a Taycan sedan guy. Well, that's the thing. It's like Tesla fans, but I still have my Model 3. I don't know. Maybe once we have this car storage place figured out, I'll be able to drive more of the cars more often, because usually what ends up happening is I'm just driving it is whatever's at the end of the driveway and taking that out unless it needs to get charged, and then we got to rearrange everything. But this location we're looking at is right down the street from the house. It's actually, I made a video on this on my personal channel. It's option number 1. Dominic said we might get it back this weekend. I don't know. Yeah, a month until we're in there. But Alyssa and I will be in Europe for a bit, so I think it'll be all right. I just really want to get the Sprinter in there for the winter. It's crazy that that Sprinter is the most expensive vehicle I own. Or maybe, yeah. I could just sell both of those and get a G-Wagon 4x4 squared. Now that would be a good idea. Trade the Plaid and the Sprinter on a squared. I've never owned like a supercar or anything really that fancy. Sprinter versus Leaf drag race. I think the Leaf would win. Yes, I'm going to do some serious snow videos with the Rivians this winter. Absolutely. If you guys haven't had a chance to check out our off-road comparison on the Overlanding channel, I mean, our hill climb challenge is no joke, and these things did a pretty good job, but interesting conversation about the 4-motor versus a dual motor with locking differential strategy. Yeah. want to do the horn test? Sure. Okay. Nice horn. Great horn. I don't know what Rivian's doing for the dual motor. I really hope they have a proper locker. We should just come out with a locker that's called the proper locker. That same G-Wagon just went by, that black one that we saw earlier today on the way out. This is the most boring thing that we do. I think I might just start asking other people to do range tests exclusively. I'd pretty much do all the important vehicles, Lucid Air, this one. I'll do Hummer EV next week, I guess. Yeah, Magna does so much stuff. I spent the last couple days, well, last week I spent a couple days with their seating division in Michigan and learning about some seating tech. First of all, they build seats for like a ton of cars. Like every BMW SUV has a Magna seat in it, which is crazy. But like we talked about seating tech and massaging and cooling strategies and different ways to adjust, make seats for different types of people. It was really, truly awesome, and I learned a lot. Really actually helps me evaluate cars better because I know what to look for in seats, and a lot of things are cost design driven. Pretty insane. This dang fly won't get out of the car. Well, obviously you can't get out of the car, but yep. Well, I'd like to move over for this truck, but unfortunately no can do because we got a guy right next to us. So we're going 3 wide. He didn't even move over for us. they do the ID4 seats. Not sure. They did the, what did they do? The Ford Expedition Platinum seats. I know that because I sat in them. They do, I don't know, a lot of GM seats. They invented stow and go. Magna invented stow and go. That was the coolest thing. So, like, you know, that's been in the Pacifica or Grand Voyager or whatever their old minivans are called forever. They manufacture, design, they do everything. It's sort of a one-stop shop. So they build cars in Austria, like full vehicle final assembly. They have a seat manufacturing assembly for the BMW factory in Spartanburg. So that entire seat, just-in-time building is all done by Magna. Fully integrated, pretty cool. They design stuff, so they help. A lot of times what they do is they design second and third row seats for vehicles. More so than front row seats. Front row seats are typically a single seat structure cross car line. So, you know, you'll have a singular structure and then maybe some different padding to make it look different. Usually the automakers do that, but Magna can. Learned a lot about the business. They have this cool freeform tech. Yeah, they do final assembly for the G-Wagons. So we got to see some 4x4 squared when we were over there. It was pretty sweet. Just driving down the streets in Graz. And full sending everything too. All of the durability engineers were awesome. Like G-Wagon durability engineers work for Magna, which is really crazy. We actually have a whole video on our overlanding channel about that. And just the most insane vehicle experience I think I've ever had was with one of their durability engineers sending it down a mountain at like 70 miles an hour at the rev limiter in low range. It was crazy. It was awesome. They're like rev limiter every shift. So great. That is not a Tahoe you see every day, a pink Tahoe. What if I tow, for the video today, what if I tow the R1S with the R1T and then tow the R1T with the R1S? Might actually be too heavy for the R1S if I do that, but that'd be pretty funny. That'd make a good thumbnail. you sure you have your video set to live after this long delay? It should be about 30-second delay is usually what live streams come out to be, but not that big of an issue. So we are at 27%. Rivian with a front wheel drive arrangement and conserve rather than rear wheel drive? No, it is weird to put a clutch disconnect on the rear instead of the front. It must just be the gear ratios optimized more for cruising up front. I know there's a small difference in power spec front to rear, but I think it's like only a couple horsepower, so not totally sure. My guess would be gear ratio. Oh, out of spec Dave coming in with a phone call. Let's say hey. Hello.
Hi.
You're live streaming.
Oh, are you?
Yep.
How far into it are you?
74% of the way through it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, I saw your tweet on this R1T spinning its rear wheel. That's just crazy. With all that power, it doesn't know where to put the power.
Well, it's really okay. Couple things. Yeah, drivetrain management. Also, like, especially with induction motors, these are permanent magnet motors. It would make more sense, but it's hard to really apply a ton of current to a motor when it's standing still, without at least spiking heat into it. So, not really sure what's going on, but it's a little bit weird tuning.
Yeah, it just seems like if you've got 4 motors and you got a computer, just tell the computer, all right, put the power to that motor, right? Like, why do you need a locking diff? Whatever, you get it. I get it. You know, I'm sure a lot more complicated than I realize. But,
Yep.
Anyway, how's the weather for your trip? Are you all right with wind and everything?
Pretty accurate. Weather's pretty good. Getting a bit colder,
Yeah.
but anywhere from 61 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, that's not bad.
No, not bad at all.
So, as you're doing 70 miles an hour, are you able to stop off at some houses and do a little trick-or-treating on the way?
Yeah. Well, I just realized it was Halloween on our live stream a little while ago. But nope, not looking forward to tonight. I think I'll probably be out working.
Yeah. Well, just make sure you dodge the guys throwing eggs up there in Wyoming at you, all right?
No, there's no one in Wyoming.
That's what I was gonna say. You're not gonna have a big job to do that. So, all right. Well, good.
All right. Well, I got to do an update, so I'll talk to you in a bit.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
We have now reached 25% state of charge. We have 80 miles predicted remaining. We are 208.5 miles into this test. You can see our efficiency has dropped to 2.2 miles per kilowatt hour so far. But again, for the last 15 minutes, we've been at 1.7. It's really kind of sat straight line here for almost the entire way back. Get back I-20 a little bit, loop down towards the charger, just kind of go back and forth down here a little bit in Wellington on I-25 until we're out of juice, but really great conditions. This is the lowest temperature we've seen all day, surprisingly, 61 degrees, and the highest we've seen is 68. So there's your temperature window. It's really not bad at all, I would say. Anyway, let's keep it going. really remember our R1T highway test at the end at all. Good, back up to top speed now. How is it that that dude just passed an Altima? I didn't know that was possible. Altimas are the fastest things. Oh, maxed out the suspension on that bump in lowest. I do like that Rivian lets you just air it all the way out for efficiency though. I just would not want to drive it like this. Coming up to our I-25 loop. This is the only handling loop of the test where we get to hammer this thing around the corner because we try and maintain 70 miles an hour, of course, right? So, yeah, see how, oh, it's so bumpy. Let's see how this thing does. Through the corner in conserve mode. Just the goal is to maintain pace, add a lot of throttle. We do have to slow down quite a bit. It's a 20-mile-an-hour rated ramp, so a little bit of touch of regen right now. We're just going to kind of cruise on through. Little tire squeal. Just straight tire squeal. And we're going to make a quick lane change. If this guy moves over, that would be very helpful. Thank you very much. And we didn't have to come off speed too much there. Gotta move over for the ponies. Here they come. Don't see any horses in there though. Just a nice trailer. Air conditioned trailer, that's a nice. What's going on over here? Smoke. Fixing the pavement. You can roll anything, but sometimes it's harder. This would be a pretty hard thing to roll. Oh my God, there's a Chevy Bolt coming up on us in Wyoming. There's a Bolt, what the heck? From Colorado. Colorado plates. Ripping the Bolt too. Absolutely full send. And I say that as they take the longest time to come up. Not even a glance over here. Does not care about R1S. I love it. Oh, the Bolt's holding up the Jeep. Oh, the Bolt's a left lane driver. That's not good. Oh, there they go. Move it over. Nicely done. Kyle, the R1S is beautiful. Yeah, I think it's a pretty good looking vehicle myself. Hello there. We are at 19% state of charge, and I am ready for this test to be over, but the thing just wants to keep going. How's the road noise compared to EV6? That is a weird comparison. Wow, that's a little too different. Oh, Brandon, I'm gonna make you wait for the video. And we are just about to cross back into Colorado. New Haven, Connecticut, the pizza capital of the world. Are you a Pepe's or Sally's kind of guy? I personally like Sally's. Your Pepe's. I do like Pepe's white clam pizza. Alyssa's whole family is Pepe's. They're from New Haven. Her dad's side. Oh yeah, everyone who goes by, except for that Bolt, has been looking at it. Hey, thanks so much for the super chat. We are the best EV reviewers out there. Well, thanks so much. I don't know about that. There's a lot of great reviewers out there, but we really appreciate the comment. Thanks so much. I'm not convinced that this new software makes Driver Plus that much better. The off-road tires that I got definitely are worse performance than the street tires, but not far off of these. I still think the Nokians they seemingly are more aggressive off-road. They did a better job in the off-road test, but definitely a little bit louder than these. So Brandon thinks the lane keeping is way better, but you've missed this live stream where it's tried to take exits and it's freaked out a few times now. Oh, my dad, thanks so much for the super chat, Dad. The 99 cents in for the win. I have no idea what's going on with Candy, sorry. Road noise is very quiet in general, yep. see the Sonos Sion? Yes, I mean, I've seen it in Germany multiple times. I've driven it. Yeah, done quite a bit with the Sonos stuff. Was just at their big reveal in Munich for their series production intent model. And I saw they were over here with it, but yeah, don't know what that was all about. Yeah, I've still noticed some ping-ponging on this software. Maybe it just works better on Brendan's truck, I don't know, but it's definitely not like that much different than my truck. I will say though, every time I get in my R1T, it just feels a little bit better than this R1S in terms of ride comfort, just the way it feels going down the road. And to me, that R1T is just the best vehicle I've ever owned. It is so great. I cannot say enough good things about my R1T. I mean, I don't even drive my Model S. I get in the Rivian anytime I have to go somewhere. Colton's driving my Model S the last 2 days. I didn't even realize it was gone. I'm like, dude, he's like, oh yeah, I took it to wash it. Wheelbase length, yeah, R1T is nice. I've always liked long wheelbase stuff, so. Hey Adam, thanks so much for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Thanks for watching. I can't wait to show you guys our new logos. We're doing, you know, every channel's getting rebranded and the logos are just coming out so freaking great. Our reviews logo is awesome. Maybe I'll do a little teaser of our reviews logo. We hired this designer who is, her parents are viewers, and it just worked out wonderfully. They're so nice. And they live over in Utah. Yep, Dad, you're getting a new logo too. She's working on it right now. Like the podcast intro? That's funny. I hate the podcast intro. Well, unless you're driving the T and the S back to back, I don't think you're really going to notice that much of a difference in driving. If I were to describe them, they both do the same things. The R1T is just a little bit softer and more squishy on the highway, and this is a little bit more hardcore in the canyons. Yeah, my dad's new logo costs a lot more than the 99 cents he's been donating to this channel. He needs to up his donation. So we got our battery low indication, first one here. We just got our first warning, battery low at 50 miles of projected range. We're down to 16% state of charge. You can see efficiency going way up as we head back down into Wellington, just like every range test. So really loving it, good conditions, having a blast. Whoa, 199. Nice. That pays for not much of your logo either. It's okay. We did a bundle deal with them. Pays for a few pixels. That's right. Yep. Yeah, the camera looks to be focused on the hood. I agree. Let's see if we can angle you up a little bit. I don't know. Hopefully that helps. Doesn't look like it did. Sorry. There's no, like, on this live streaming app, I can't tap to focus. Uh-oh, looks like we have a truck drag race happening up here. You see the flies? Yeah, I have been pretty shocked with the efficiency on this so far. I definitely don't want to say it's any better than the truck. Can someone go back to my R1T range test video and tell me what the final stats were for that? It did 294 miles, I think, but we got 125 kilowatt hours out of it. And how many miles per kilowatt hour? What was our consumption? If you could check that, that would be great. It's on the reviews channel. It did pretty well. I think almost 150 something thousand views. Yeah, we're just in this like rocking thing right now. Thank you, Brendan, for sending a screenshot of that test. So we got 2.33 miles per kilowatt hour. Took 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's funny. At 289.3. Okay. This is, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be any more efficient, and it's warmer out. What's funny is if you look at EPA data, it actually says the truck is more efficient. But then gives this a longer range. I don't understand, unless they voluntarily pulled back the truck's range. I have to dig into the filings. Either way, there's something about the R1S that isn't, I would say, isn't more efficient than the truck. And if you look at the MPGE numbers, that corresponds pretty well with that, actually. Okay, we need to make a lane change. We got 1, 2, 3 cars coming. Let's go, folks. We got to move over. Come on, lady, hit the throttle. Good job. wow, they're roughly the same weight. I thought there was a couple 100 pounds difference. That's crazy. I mean, we are pretty much back to the start point just up here, and we are 0.1 miles per kilowatt hour less efficient. We are at 13% state of charge, just about to go past where we started here in Wellington, Colorado, and 2.25 miles per kilowatt hour so far on the round trip efficiency right there. So that is 0.1 miles per kilowatt hour worse than the R1T that we tested, and I would say this is similar conditions. So, yeah, interesting. But we got 13%, so we're going to keep going. But the traffic is looking pretty gnarly down here. What the heck? Funny that they say the R1T is taller when every R1T I've parked this thing next to looks less tall than the R1S. Going by is just like, I can see them mouthing Rivian. Like these people here, it's like obviously the first time they've seen it, they just went Rivian, and then she turned to her husband, presumably, was like, what is that? These are the same wheels. I'm not really sure. Back. That's like a total AT&T dead zone. All devices lost connection. at 10% state of charge. AT&T is really good, except for the areas right here. Everywhere else pretty good. It's just this like, there must be like a blocking device or something, because you drive here, you get full LTE. It's just like you lose all signal. I'm on the 39 update, 2022.39, I think is what it's called. Polestar optimized XC90, very nice. Gary, thanks for the super chat. Yes, plus my dad's donations, that should equal just about, maybe just under a strawberry refresher. Thank you so much. close to the end here, folks. We're at 6%. So at the next exit, I'm going to turn around and head back. I'm just trying to see if the odometer is calibrated. You know how the speedometer is off by 1 mile per hour? I'm running 71 instead of 70. I've been logging to see if it's on point, and so far for like the last, I don't know, 8, 12 miles, probably more than that, we've just been hitting it dead on. Perfect every time. So I wonder, wonder if the speedometer's off but the odometer is calibrated. I can always run a Google Maps check situation since I know exactly where we drove. Right on the money, this thing. And our final turnaround, here we go. We are at 5% state of charge. We're gonna make the trek back. I've programmed in right next to the charger because I don't want the battery to precondition to the charging station. The truck's predicting a 6-mile arrival. What we'll do is we'll run up and down the frontage roads, of course, to drain the battery pack completely when we get over there. So let's head out here and turn around and go back to the end point. I'll let you know the 70-mile-per-hour number, but overall, really a wonderful test. We had that roughly 1 mile of dirt road or so, which wasn't perfect, but no range test is perfect. Everything else went pretty perfect, so I would say that's of what the R1S can do, and surprisingly similar conditions to where we run the R1T, if not even a little bit more favorable conditions than the R1T, since we started that test when it was a little bit chillier outside. So don't know, let's go run it back and see what the numbers say, but still sitting at 5% state of charge here. 3% state of charge, getting close to the end here. Truck's predicting 11 miles of range. Yeah, EA is responsible for fixing their own chargers. Walmart doesn't care if they're working or not. The riding position's wonderful. Great seating position in here. I can sit relatively low in the cab, but still have a very Range Rover-like view out the front. It's really great. Wow, I'm looking at this car loaded up on this trailer. I've never seen something get loaded up so sideways. That's pretty crazy. And the dude's like ripping it down the highway. Holy crap. Look at this thing. It's missing a wheel. It's full sideways on the back of that trailer, or the flatbed. That's wild. % state of charge now. Got 3%, 9 miles predicted. We're going to have to do some running up on the frontage road because we're about 3 miles away from the exit. Yeah, beautiful views over the mountains. I wish I could show you the view directly to the right. Nice peaks that the sun's going over. Drive's going great. We are at 3% state of charge, and yeah, been going pretty good. Perfect conditions. Just dipped under 60 degrees Fahrenheit. The whole test has been above 60 degrees, which has been great. So really pleased all around. Yeah, that taco was snorkeled. That was pretty cool. Oh yeah, my Tesla charging cord lives underneath my garage door charging cars outside. That's how I would do it. Keeps the unit out of the rain. And we are in for the final stretch. I'm just about to kick it off of 70 miles an hour to run the rest of the battery out. Of course, we're going to run frontage roads. We are, boom, at 2% state of charge, pulling off the highway here. We've traveled 277.3 miles at 70 miles an hour, but now, of course, we need to run it down to get the final number in the test. But I'll update you with all of those metrics there. But here's all the metrics from the highway portion. So we should expect a little bit better efficiency as we run the battery completely out, but let's go see what it'll do as we run up and down the frontage roads. So that was good. We basically went 100 to 2% at 70 miles an hour. Uh-oh, looks like the road is closed for Halloween. Thankfully, that's downtown, though. Good. We don't want to be dealing with that nonsense when we're running this thing out. Good thing there's a lot of people around to help us push if we run out, though. Or a lot of people to annoy heading to their holiday celebrations. So the goal here is not to run out. But I think I can tell you right off the bat, this thing's not going as far as the truck went. Which is kind of a surprise to me. But after pulling up the EPA data, that truck shows as a more efficient vehicle. And I will make another video running a exact spec truck and R1S side by side in the same conditions on the same loop. I think I'm going to do that tomorrow night. Come on, van, get out of our way. Here we go. Now we can run about 60 miles an hour or so. No, the R1T had the same wheels and tires, or same tires at least, different wheel face, but same size wheels and tires. There will be no punching it here. We are gently pulling out all the energy. And we have to slow down for this Gladiator. Everyone just stay where you are. Thanks so much. Yeah, the lightning died right outside the Come and Go parking lot. That was not good. I just have the cruise control locked at 55 miles an hour. Right, I agree. I think the S has the slightly more efficient wheel, actually. Dude, make your turn. Thanks. Do I want to sell my referral wheels from the 3? No. I'm gonna keep them around. Always good to have spare wheels and tires laying around. And we are cruising up the frontage roads here, and we actually just received a little message that says battery almost empty, performance reduced to conserve energy. So you can see our maximum performance is really low over here. Truck's predicting about 4 miles left. I'm still running fairly normal highway speeds, I would say 54, 55, 56 miles an hour, something like that. And yeah, just cruising along until it feels like it's about to die. It's Halloween. It's quite congested up near the charger with actually trick-or-treaters and like a whole celebration. So let's try not to run out. We're not near any major milestones. We're definitely not going to be hitting the 300 unless I feel like the truck has more left, but we'll see. I mean, I've run these things out to 0. There's always a tiny bit at the bottom, but yeah, I think we should keep it going for now. We are at 1% state of charge. Great. We made it back Oh man, I pulled in, this thing was dead. But I'm glad we made it. Only getting 6 kilowatts though, what the heck? Need more than that. Still only getting 6 kilowatts. I have noticed that a couple times where, I don't know why we're only getting 6 kilowatts. Maybe because the battery's so dead. And we have plugged in and we're only getting 6 kilowatts. I'm gonna let it come off of bottom battery pack voltage here, because it says it's gonna end in 1 day, over 1 day, which is crazy. But sometimes when you drain batteries all the way out, they do this really slow charging situation and then ramp up. This is not totally uncommon. Teslas do this, for example. So let's let it slow charge a little bit and then hopefully she'll ramp up. All right, guys, well, now we're back up to 70 kilowatts, so that's what we like to see. So yes, we must have been totally dead, because now we're at 70 kilowatts, still at 0%. That pulsing when I was on the throttle must have been it just hitting bottom pack voltage and trying to protect itself. So we definitely squeezed every last drop out of it. And yeah, I've never actually, I don't think I've had a Rivian that low where it doesn't even charge past 6 kilowatts. Interesting that they do that though. Very early Tesla battery pack behavior. So I'm gonna let it charge up and then maybe do some charging tests tonight after this on the full 350 kilowatt chargers, just to see if it charges like the R1T. It should. It's the same battery pack out of the R1T. And yeah, wow, pretty interesting for sure. All right, guys, well, I say we end this live stream. That was a pretty fun time. And yeah, charging at 70 kilowatts here like we would expect. Range, you dropped out. Well, for good reason. You'll have to wait for the video, I guess. So, yeah, that's what it did not go what Alyssa guessed, but it is surprising, the number, I'll tell you that. So anyway, the video will be up tomorrow morning on Out of Spec Reviews. You'll see it there. Would really appreciate it if you share it around. As usual, thanks. The last Rivian range test did 160,000 views plus or minus. We'll see if this one does well or if it'll tank. I don't know. Be interesting. So there you go. Thanks so much for watching another Out of Spec motoring live stream. See you on another